I guess I have to turn my mic on. Good evening and welcome to the board meeting of Akron Public Schools, February 23rd, 2026. Roll call, please, Mr. Treasurer.
Ms. Hall?
Present.
Reverend Harrison?
Present.
Mr. Jaros?
Present.
Ms. Kelly?
Present.
Dr. Molinar?
Present.
Mr. Montgomery?
Present.
Mrs. Sykes?
Present.
All present and accounted for.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there a motion to approve the regular board meeting minutes from February 9th?
So moved.
So moved by Member Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry. I'm taking the treasurer's job away from him. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Treasurer, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Kelly?
Present.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Jaros?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Having no recognitions, Madam Superintendent, this evening? No? We had a special board meeting, so we need, is there a motion for this minutes to approve the minutes of the special board meeting on February 18th, 2026?
So moved.
So moved by Member Jaros. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there this discussion? Mr. Treasurer, would you please call the roll?
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Abstain.
Mr. Jaros?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0-1.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. There seems to be a request to address the board. Member Jaros.
Yes, Madam President, there are two people today who signed in to address the board. The first person is Isaac Williams with the affiliation with the Akron Public Schools with the topic being addressed, coaching.
Madam President, excuse me, while we wait, I want to let you know that Myron Lewis informed me that he will not be in attendance today due to being ill. So he's signed up for public comment.
He signed up on,
Yes,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Hall, appreciate that. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Good evening.
Thank you. We are happy to have you here. Remember, you have 3 minutes. However, if you seem to go over the 3 minutes, I will not stop you. I want you to finish your statement. I would just ask that you would make sure that the matters that you are speaking are those that are before the board. Thank you and welcome, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Isaac Williams, head girls basketball coach at Firestone High School. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to formally appeal the decision to suspend me for the remainder of the season and not to renew my contract following the incident on December 18, 2025, and the meeting held January 23, 2026. I was notified of this decision on February 6th. My appeal is based on 3 points: lack of due process, misapplication of the policy, and conclusions not supported by the evidence. First, the process was not fair. At the January 23rd meeting, I was presented with written statements and video evidence for the first time. I was not giving access to this material in advance, nor was I giving time to review it before being questioned. Meanwhile, administration had access to the same evidence for more than a month. I was expected to immediately answer serious and detailed questions based on evidence I had never seen. That denied me a meaningful opportunity to respond and undermine the fairness of the process. Second, The claim that I failed to de-escalate the situation is inaccurate. Before any physical contact occurred, I took deliberate steps to avoid the conflict. Number one, I clearly stated that I did not want to engage in the conversation, and I had a 24-hour policy that I do not talk to parents. Number two, I removed myself by going to my office and closing the door. Number three, I attempted to shut the door to end the interaction entirely. These are all recognized de-escalation strategies. They demonstrate an effort to disengage, not escalate. Characterizing this conduct as a failure to de-escalate does not align with the facts or with professional expectations under Board Policy 3210. Third, the decision focused improperly on my emotional response after I was assaulted. Multiple written statements confirm that an assault occurred. Video evidence shows the individual walking away, removing their jacket, then returning toward me while I was absolutely doing nothing. Although the initial contact is not on video, the assault itself is clearly corroborated. After being assaulted, I was visibly upset. There is no policy that dictates how an employee must emotionally respond after being physically attacked. Importantly, I did not strike, push, or assault anyone. My reaction was limited to visible emotion only. This incident also raises serious staff safety concerns. The focus should not be on disciplining the victim while minimizing the assault itself. Furthermore, the resignation of Todd Wallace, combined with the lack of clear, timely, and transparent communication from Chase Canfield, further demonstrates that the investigation was improperly conducted. These circumstances raise serious concerns regarding procedural integrity, oversight, and whether the process adhered to standards of fairness and due process required in matters of this seriousness. Finally, I need the committee to understand the personal impact this decision has had. These girls are my life. I have coached, mentored, and tutored them for the past 3 years. I have invested in them far beyond the court. Academically, emotionally, and as young people, being separated from them has affected me mentally, physically, and emotionally. Despite being removed from my position, I have continued to provide game day meals for them, and I see them in passing. But I have been instructed to have no communication with them, which has forced me to act like a stranger to young women I've helped raise and guide. That has been incredibly painful. This has been one of the most difficult periods of my life. I have struggled to sleep. I carry the weight of being cut off from students who rely on me and trust me without having done anything to harm them. I share this not for sympathy, but to shine a light on what's truly at stake. This decision has consequences beyond discipline. It impacts real relationships, real students, and real lives. In closing, I am respectfully asking for fairness. I'm asking that the documented assault, clear efforts to de-escalate, and the procedural deficiencies be fully and objectively considered. I am requesting reinstatement and removal of this suspension from my record. I want to be clear of all misconduct and fully reinstated to my position, and my contract be renewed for next season. At 4:03 today, I learned that Coach Reggie Floyd who was the interim head coach right now, currently, is in the emergency room, and the girls have no coach at all right now, currently. We have a game on Wednesday, and it's very important that I get back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. The board would not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person for follow-up.
Madam President, we have a second speaker tonight, Dr. Sandy Crawford from the University of Akron, with a topic of National Trio Day.
Good evening. Welcome, Dr. Crawford.
Thank you for your time. Good evening, members of the board. I just want to bring to your attention that this week marks the National Trio Day, and that we do have trio at the University of Akron. We have the following programs: Education Talent Search, which serves over 732 students annually; Upward Bound Classic, which serves over 110 students annually; and Upward Bound Math and Science. Although these programs nationally are being challenged, we want to stand firm with our Akron Public Schools and continue our relationship with recruiting students from your schools and supporting and sharing the achievement of the students who are attending our university via these programs. We are recognizing our relationship with our school counselors and local community individuals by offering and celebrating National Trio Day through the following events. We are hosting Akron families and students at the University of Akron basketball game, where they'll be featured as trio guests and parents, highlighting the achievement of our students. But we are most proud and excited to have our Trio Day breakfast, which is this Wednesday, February 25th, and we have nearly 100 school counselors from Akron Public Schools and surrounding school districts who will be joining us. And the purpose of the breakfast is to show our appreciation for our partnership with Akron Public Schools and the school counselors, the teachers, and the principals. We value our relationship. We want to continue to be strong with TRIO programs. And on this National TRIO Day, we want to recognize you for your partnership and your support of TRIO programs at the University of Akron. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Crawford.
And Madam President, that is the last of the two who have written a request to speak to the board.
Would you like to address the board? Yes. That's, hello, would you just let us know who you are, please? And you have 3 minutes, and we appreciate it if you would try and stay within those 3 minutes.
My name is Denane Pollard. So, couple questions as far as education. This was Black History Month, right? What did y'all teach in the schools for Black History Month? What did we tell them? Harriet Tubman, the Underground Railroad. What did we tell them? Rosa Parks on the bus. Is that what we told them? Is Harriet Tubman her real name? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I say this because when is the truth going to start coming out? When are you going to teach our children to take care of themselves? When are you going to teach our children to be survivors? How to beat the system instead of trying to fit in somewhere? When are we going to tell the children that what you want them to be, nurses or something like that? Those aren't even professional careers, which makes it hard for schooling to be paid for now because it's not considered professional. What are we feeding our children? I'm pretty sure I can guarantee 9 times out of 10, I bet none of you are eating right. And I bet none of you are eating according to your biological makeup when it comes to melanated, neuromelanated, and phenomelanated beings. When are we starting to teach our children about the financial system, about banking, about trust funds, about checks, about balances? You know, when are we going to start? Did you guys ever see, my name is Enlightened Son on the book. Did you guys see the water test I did? I guess nobody saw the water test, right? You might want to go look on my page and see how I tested the water to see how many chemicals were really in the water, since they said it's just lead-free. But we didn't talk about beryllium. We didn't talk about the chloride. We didn't talk about chlorine. We didn't talk about none of those additives that the water company has admitted and the City of Akron Mayor's Office admitted to putting in the water. You know, excessive amounts of calcium. You know, that messes with the pineal gland, which is, you know, can be calcified. I don't think we study anatomy enough. I don't think that the children know what's the best way to detox. See what I'm saying? I don't think y'all looking at me like I'm just completely oblivious, and these are all scientific facts. So when will they be implemented for our children to be survivors? How to start a fire? If a war break out right now, how many of y'all can survive without health care? SUMA is private. If I'm not correct, that means insurance rates are through the roof. Can any of y'all heal yourself? Absolutely not. You would probably run to the doctor not even knowing, is that what your grandmother did? I think not. I think she went into the kitchen. You know, just some simple onions in a sock will definitely draw the toxins out of a body. I really don't think we study enough. You know, I don't think that we're still telling people that the heart is a solid object, and it's not. It's a tube. It's a 7-sided object at that. I think our school system is far behind. I wonder why our children have to go to school for 8 hours a day, and overseas they only go to school for 4 hours a day, and they're more successful. Technology is way more advanced. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out when is something going to change in our school system. Not just in the children, because it starts with you guys, or us included, because they're watching us, correct? So if y'all not eating right, how the child gonna eat right? If y'all not talking right, how the child gonna talk right? Are we teaching children about our rights? Because right now we're having a big problem with the police and our children.
Thank you. I think we're getting close to 3 minutes.
Oh, that's fine. I'm all right. But thank you. I'll see y'all next time.
Okay, thank you. The superintendent's report.
Greetings, Madam President and members of the board. I wanted to go over some of the budget items with you at this time. I would just like to share that. First, I would like to thank our staff who have put in a lot of time and effort into helping to ensure that we come up with what the district need in order to sustain itself and yet move the district forward. So at this time, I would just like to go over some highlights from our reductions that are being proposed as part of the $11 million reductions. And so I'm going to start with personnel optimization. And I have this broken down into some categories. So when we're looking at reducing personnel, we have some subsets within the category of reduce administrators. We currently have some retired administrators that are working in a variety of capacities for the board. It is at this time being suggested that we reduce what we spent last year by half. And I would like to provide just a little bit of background regarding our retired administrators. If you would think of some of them as being sub-administrators, like teachers have subs, we have some administrators that have to take a leave of absence. And so we have a sub-administrator that goes into those positions to fill in while they are out. The principal, academy principal, dean is not able to fulfill their responsibility. And so that reduction that is being recommended at this time is $471,000. And moving on to the next item, we have a CCAA specialist position that we're recommending for reduction. We have several coordinator positions in our special ed department that's being recommended for reduction. Support administrators that are being recommended in the amount of just over $1 million. We have a director position due to the change in title and benefits. That is the cost, the savings that we would realize if the position moves forward. Under the other position that says director, this was also a savings due to a change in title from executive director to director. And then we have a savings under assistant superintendent due to a change in title and benefits. So as far as our reduction under the category of administrators, we have just over $2 million. Are there any questions? If not, hearing none, I'll move on to the next category, which is other staff. We have some mentoring positions that we are looking to reduce, one online, one that's at the building level, and one that acts as a sub in a sub position, not at a mentoring position, but in a sub position, but has been assigned to cover some classes, and we're recommending that for next year, this position is reduced. So under the category of other staff, that would be $257,000. Under staffing, we're looking at some reductions through our CCAA programming, just over $1.2 million in reductions there, looking at about 13 positions. And then support class, that would be 5 positions at $455,000. Okay, are there any questions there? We currently have, what's in bold print is the total, the grand total for that category. As far as, we have some positions that are referred to as TSS. They're currently vacant. These positions that are being presented this evening are not filled, and we would not propose filling them. Reassignment of paraprofessionals. There are 10.5 positions that we would like to reassign into other positions that would save the general fund. The Treasurer's Department experienced a restructuring, and that is the savings from that department. So overall for personnel, we're looking at just over $6 million in reductions. Moving on to operations. One of the items that we would recommend reducing is outside services, and that is specifically the use of pest control. We have employees that are certified who could do the job internally, and that would be a cost savings of over $114,000. Energy management expansion. Currently, Garfield has LED lights. All of our new schools moving forward will have the use of LED lights, which are energy efficient. And so just for the one school was just with a couple other schools, they're not totally LED, but there are some LED lights within the building. And so just our one school, Garfield, there was a savings of just under $40,000. And so next year, our goal is to add 2 additional buildings. Under contract renegotiations, During field trips, we used to have a mechanic on site for a shift, 8 hours. And now the mechanic is paid for a minimum of 3 hours, but do not have to be on call and not physically there. So that would be a savings of just over $53,000. Transportation. Under this transportation, we're looking at keeping our maintenance vehicles on site and not going home in the evenings, except for there are some certain positions that would be permitted. Overtime, we're looking to reduce 11.5%, which will be just under $823,000 as a savings. And we are currently experiencing continuing savings this year, just being mindful. We already took 10% off the top this year, and we're looking to take another 11. And again, not that we're not providing overtime, but just being mindful of when overtime has to be used. Under technology, we currently have over 5,000 Chromebooks in stock, and so we do not expect to purchase any additional Chromebooks next year. So that gave us a savings of $1 million. AT&T copper lines. If you need more information on this, I'm going to have to call Nate up. But changing to UMA air dial for our building fire alarms would save us $70,000. The next item is budget reductions. Every department will experience a 6.5% reduction in their budget, except for the athletic department, transportation, environmental management, which includes utilities, and our transportation and our maintenance department are exempt from these reductions. The rest of the departments are included, and that will be a 1.9 reduction. 1.9 million. Okay. Then I'll move on to programming. This year, there's a new law that the state of Ohio is going to create a list of curriculum that they call high-quality curriculum. And so this was our year to purchase curriculum. We put that off, waiting for math curriculum, to be specific, waiting for the state to identify which vendors they consider high-quality curriculum providers. And then we will, as we go into our adoption the following year, we'll be sure to reference that list of high-quality curriculum providers. And so we would ask the vendor as well to let us split the cost of our adoption into 2 payments, one that would go over fiscal year 27 and the other fiscal year 28. The next item is optional 12th grade ACT testing. The budget has been reduced to reflect what we have been spending. And so we would take a reduction of $25,000 to that budget. 10th grade PSAT and our National Merit Scholarship qualifying test, we would reduce that line item. Students would still be encouraged to test, but again, we're aligning our budget to past students who have participated in the criteria to qualify to take those assessments. COGAT, which is our gifted testing, we're looking at saving $20,000 there because we will go back to online testing instead of paper pencil. Extended time, currently we offer $2,000 to cover training cost, and that would not be extended as employees are on extended time already. Extracurricular, we're revamping our summer school programming, so we did look at a reduction of $100,000 there. SOAR, we're looking at reducing a classroom, and the savings would be $105,000. And then under programming support, an additional savings of $165,000. And then these are our overall categories. The goal, again, is to save a minimum of $11 million, and so far we have hit that target. This data does not reflect our spring staffing process. So we have not taken any reductions through our spring staffing as of this moment. Implementation timeline. Goal is to implement personnel reductions through attrition when at all possible. Again, to continue to look into energy management expansion, reduce overtime and external services when at all possible for fiscal year 26 and 27. We currently, under the leadership of our treasurer and our board members, will be participating in a performance audit. That will give us additional information that will empower us to make additional staffing adjustments. We're looking for opportunities to optimize transportation routes. At the board's pleasure, we will be looking at opportunities to consolidate facilities and to continue our review of program effectiveness. Some issues that we're going to face moving forward that will have an impact on our budget is declining enrollment. So we are looking at strategies to attract students back to Akron Public Schools, and also any changes that takes place at the state level that would impact our funding. Hopefully they'll return to the fair funding formula. If not, we will definitely keep you posted on any reductions we experience.
Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. Going over this, I noticed there's a lot of reduction on student-facing people that are actually hands-on with our students. And I know we talk about the decline that you just stated, declining enrollment with some of our students. By taking away so many positions and doing other things with them, how do we make that promise to our community that our kids are going to have what we need? You know, we're already dealing with the reading below third grade level, but we're taking all of these things away from our students. Now, some things I'm agreeing with. The 5,000 Chromebooks that we already have in stock, great. We don't need that. But, we need the books, but if we have it in stock, why stock up more? And I know you guys have done a lot of work with this, and I appreciate this, and I don't want to sound like you guys aren't working, because you are. But I just don't know if I can agree to keep our students, bring more students to the district. It's looking like a lot of things are being taken away from the student, the physical student on a day-to-day.
Member Hall, I accept a challenge to try to stay away from the classroom, but I also know that by 2028, we have to reduce our budget by I believe our treasurer said 58 million. And so we have to make some tough decisions with keeping the integrity of the classroom. I mean, I think of how far we've come, and our curriculum team is very cognizant of being mindful of not trying to go backwards. We do want to move forward. So we do keep that in mind as recommendations are brought to the table.
Thank you. Just a follow-up.
Member Hall.
How much reduction is coming from central office?
So if we go up to the first box, starting with the retired administrators that are working in central office positions, we're looking at almost $500,000 there. DC Raya.
Just 500,000.
Yeah.
From central office, just 500,000.
From just this one area.
Okay.
The
Well, I guess I was
retired
asking, like, for the
administrator.
entire central office.
Yeah.
How much are we saving here? Because we see what we're going
The
to
2
saving
point-
in the schools, right? The people that are facing our students.
Yeah.
But
Right
here
now
in this
we're at-
office, this department.
Right now, we're at $2,094,821.
Okay, thank you.
That's where we are right now. So the numbers that's in bold print is under that section. That's what we're saving.
Member Jaros.
When was the administration planning for the board to take a vote on this plan?
Last year, the administration voted in June. This year, I would like for us to vote by March, the first board meeting in March. The reason for that is if there are more staff involved in the process, there is a transfer process that we would like them to have the opportunity to participate in. So if they're being forced into an involuntary transfer, they would have an opportunity to transfer and see what jobs are available and select from those positions.
Excellent. So you're not looking for a vote
Member
tonight?
Jaros, did you have a follow-up?
I do have a follow-up, yes.
Member Jaros.
So you're not looking for a specific vote tonight. You're looking at presenting this to the public to allow the public to have a chance to provide feedback to board members in order to ensure that their thoughts, their priorities, their interests are taken into consideration before moving forward.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, is there additional part of your report, Madam Superintendent?
I would just like to share 2 items.
Okay.
And I'm sure that Dr. Chapman could be a big cheerleader for this, and this is our spelling bee is coming up.
Yeah.
This is the 101st year of the spelling bee, and we're excited to be joining it again. So our district-wide spelling bee will take place on February 24th. Right here, the doors will open at 5:30, and the program will begin at, I believe, 6 o'clock? 6:30. Okay. And I would like to invite our community out, because that would give yet another opportunity for them to talk with me directly about things that impact them in the schools, whether it's our budget, whether it's our building project, whatever's going on, they have the opportunity to discuss it with me. The next community conversation will take place with me alone, unless any of the board members are welcome to join, would be on February 26th, 6 to 7:30 at North High School. And Madam President, that does conclude my report.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Treasurer's report. Treasurer Bauer.
Thank you, President Sykes. Members of the board, tonight we're going to go over the January financial report. We're looking at a new format here. You were given in your packets the format you're used to receiving, which is the several-page financial report, and then we're using this new one-pager tonight. This is prepared in the format we prepare our forecast in. It's a fiscal year-to-date comparison of actual cash flow against the current 5-year forecast through January 26. So structurally, on the left, you'll see we have revenue, other financing sources, expenditures, other financing uses, and then cash balance at the bottom. It's very simple. It's just revenue plus other financing sources minus expenditures and other financing uses is our net or excess, line 6.01. And then you have our cash balance at the beginning of the year and our ending cash balance. Now, there are several columns, so I'll go through those just to give us an idea of how they all work. The first column is our actual data for the month of January. Second column is what we estimate for the remaining 5 months of this fiscal year based on the data we've had so far in this fiscal year. The third blue column is the total of those first two columns, which represents our projections from our actual data for the full year. The fourth green column represents our forecast projection for the year, which we just submitted to the state. It's due 2/28, but that is using all the data we had up through December. And then that sixth purple column calculates the percentage of our forecast amount we have recorded so far this fiscal year. And you can see that we're 58.33% through the year. That's just 7 months divided by 12. So as far as the data goes, our year-to-date actual revenue so far this year, we've received $204.9 million, which is about at 54% of the full year forecast. We're projecting a total of $379.2 million, which is slightly over. We're slightly over that forecasted number right now by 930,000. You can see that so that orange column there is kind of the difference between what we thought as of our forecast in December and what January fleshed out. We have some differences already, which is kind of interesting if you like numbers. But on the expenditure side, our spending so far this year is at $213.6 million, or about 55% of our budget, so just below that 58.3%. Some overages, we projected to exceed the forecast by about $1.2 million after last month. I think that's going to come back on us. They'll come back down for us. We had 3 biweekly pays last month, which is more than we usually see, and that will have skewed those numbers a little bit. On the purchasing services side, there is a bright spot. We're projected to come in at about $573,000 over budget, and that's due to some lower expenditures on buildings and textbooks and things like that. So far, our cash position, we are seeing a negative cash flow this year of about $8.8 million. This is slightly better than our projected amount that we had at the beginning of the year. But we're projecting right now that we're going to end at about $81 million. President Sykes, that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. Treasurer Bauer, are there any questions, any comments? Hearing none. Thank you. Committee reports. This week, let's start with Student Success Celebration Committee. Chair Hall.
Thank you, President Sykes. What a celebration. We had on February 18th at 5:30, had a packed house full of students, parents, teachers, grandparents, principals, staff, and board members. In attendance was Krause CLC. There was a student there who has a 3.5 GPA for the past 2 years while navigating personal challenges. So, our kids have personal challenges just like we as adults, and we just have to show up for our kids, and I just want to shout out Krause for that. We also had STEM, high school leadership recognition. We had King CLC. There was a student there that had a 4.0 since kindergarten. He began kindergarten when the principal began her role. So they've kind of grown up together, which I thought was really awesome. We also had King Student Council present with their T-shirts on and representing their school and all of the work that they're doing, as well as they donated $5,000 towards some of our upperclassmen. We had Elliot also in the house. There was a student there, a young lady, who wrote a book, and she read us a part of her insert from that book. The book is called Love Me, Then Leave Me, and it's on Amazon. So I encourage everyone to go on Amazon and take a look and purchase it if you feel the need to support this student. We also had Barbara COC, and also there was a student there that won the spelling bee last year. Also, kind of get off topic, Barbara, since I'm talking about Barbara, they celebrated their Black History event today at their school, and it was the adults singing to the students and the students singing back at, participating, so it was well received. And I watched some of those young kids just clap, and this little light of mine, they, twisted it up a little bit, and it was just amazing to see the interaction with the kids. Our next meeting will be on March 18th, which is my birthday, at 5:30. So I just put that plug in there. And that's all, unless other committee members have more to input.
Thank you, Chair Hall. That just seemed unfair. Oh, your birthday. It just seems unfair. Okay. I'll remember that. Thank you. Rules Committee, Member Kelly.
Thank you, President Sykes. I would like to report out that the Rules Committee did meet on February 17th. The committee members present during that meeting was the Chair, President, Ms. Sykes, and the Vice Chair, President Dr. Molinar, and myself, where we went over various recommendations that were sent by the administration to be approved for today's meeting. I also would like to share that, or reshare that the Rules Committee was established to help support the governance of this board and the agenda that is presented to each of us and the community. The next Rules Committee meeting will be March 3rd here at this location at 6:30 p.m. I also want to share with the public that we welcome you to sit in during the Rules Committee with us so that you're a part of the process of creating this agenda. That next meeting date is, again, March 2nd at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kelly. Policy Committee, Chair Harrison.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Rules Committee the Policy Committee has 6 policies that we would ask that the full board would vote on. The 6 policies all cover transportation, and I would ask that I be able to present the policies one at a time and give you and the board and the general public some information on the policies.
Absolutely.
My first policy will be policy 4162, and that's the drug and alcohol testing of CDL license holders. This is an update to our current policy that has been offered by Neola. And this policy covers our regular and substitute bus drivers, as well as other staff members who hold commercial driver's license, and they may operate a commercial vehicle. This policy is for the testing of the presence of alcohol and other controlled substance, and I will not list a controlled substance, but it is for the testing of CDL license holders for alcohol and drugs.
Thank you, Chair Harrison. So the motion is for passage of item 41.62. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a discussion? Hearing no discussion, the question is, shall Rule 41 Policy 41.62 pass? The Treasurer will call the roll.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Jaros?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Chair Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my next policy is policy 4162.01. 4162.01, and it is essentially the same policy, but it is drug and alcohol testing of employees without commercial driver's license. Without commercial driver's license, it tests for the presence of alcohol and illicit drugs as well.
So the motion is Chair Harrison, 4162.01 for passage. Is there a second?
Second.
The second by Mrs. Montgomery. Is there any discussion? Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a quick question, Member Harrison. Does this also include pop-up drug tests too, where someone can be sent to take a drug test if there's any speculation of someone being, something in their system or so?
So the policy does not explicitly address a random pop-up test, but I will defer to the administration if that is something that we have. Madam Chair, the policy does not explicitly address that.
Okay, so did the administration want to comment? Do we want to just go ahead with this and then look at whether or not we want to do anything with pop-ups? Yes, Madam Director. Oh,
Just a real quick question. I guess it doesn't have to be so in-depth. I just wanted to know, do we do the pop-up drug test and if that's included? It was just a yes or no question.
do we do pop-up drug tests?
Yes, it's called random selection, and yes, we do for CDL, and this new policy would allow that also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so are there any other questions? All right, so the question is whether 41.62.01 shall pass. The treasurer will call the roll.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Jaros?
Yes.
7-0.
Chair Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, our next policy is policy 8600.
Okay.
And this is our transportation policy. So to answer Member Hall's question, I think this would be the bones of that particular policy. And this policy covers our standard transportation. It's a Neola update, and it directs the superintendent or a designee for students attending state charter non-public schools under the same general standards as public school students. And it gives us the directions of the 30 minutes or less that the students had their traveling time to and from school. So this is the base policy that we have as a school district.
Thank you, Chair Harrison. So the motion is 8600. So is there a second? Passage of 8600, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Member Hall. Is there any discussion? So the question is, shall policy 8600 pass? The treasurer will call the roll.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Jaros?
Yes.
7-0.
Chair Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, our next policy is 8600.04. 8600.04. And it's our bus and alternative vehicle driver certification. This policy outlines what is required to operate a bus or an alternative vehicle that transports students. And this also prevents anyone who is not certified or their certification is invalid due to Ohio law. And it also outlines the age of a driver that the drivers must meet. So this policy itself outlines the qualifications and what invalidates a driver. So I would ask that we would pass this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair Harrison. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Hall. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. The question is, shall policy 8600.04 pass? The treasurer will call the roll.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Jaros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Chair Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the next policy is 8640, 8640. This policy covers transportation for non-routine trips. This policy covers transportation for non-routine trips. And it's such as field trips and other district-sponsored events. Field trips, other district-sponsored events. I would say this also covers the sports, and this one is for the passenger vans or other independent contractors that we would utilize. And it outlines specifications that the buses must have, and the pre-trip inspections and state regulations. And in this particular one, it also outlines our legal counsel has helped to craft this one in a way that we're not only following state law, but we will be following federal law as well if we have a passenger van that is more than 9 passengers. And I would ask for its passage.
Thank you, Chair Harrison. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Member Jaros. Any discussion? Seeing none. So the question is, shall policy 8640 pass? The treasurer will call the roll.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Jaros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Chair Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And our last policy for today is policy 8650, 8650, and that's transportation by alternative vehicles. When school bus transportation is not practical, the board may use board-owned or contracted alternatives. Again, our independent contractors. This policy outlines the number of students that could be transported at one time. In question with this policy is also, and a part of this policy and the previous policy is when it's practical. When it's practical, we will not deny students transportation based on the inability of their organization to pay. However, we will, when it's practical, if there is a third party involved, if this is a sponsored trip, that we will make every effort to pass that expense in that particular funding source.
Yes. Okay, so the motion is that policy 8650 pass. Is there a second?
Second.
Member Hall, second. Are there any discussions? Hearing none, seeing none. The question is, shall policy 8650 pass? The treasurer will call the roll.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Jaros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the next policy committee meeting will be March 2nd. And this particular boardroom, Reverend Dr. Curtis T. Walker boardroom at 5:30. And I thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harrison. Legal and Contract Committee. Chair Jaros.
Yes, the Legal and Contracts Committee met on February 18th from 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. We had 2 resolutions in the works. The first one, we had a guest speaker, David Shantz, who spoke on House Bill 42. And for reference, House Bill 42 is to require certain agencies to collect and report data concerning the citizenship or immigration status of persons with whom they come in contact with. And so after his presentation, we as a committee did a full reading of a resolution condemning this bill, as our priorities as a school district is to help prepare young people for a successful future. This would put an undue burden on our district to put resources toward this endeavor, and also conflicts with our values of inclusion. And that item is number 8.4 on your agenda. And at the meeting, we did have a unanimous 3-0 vote to support both resolutions. But we'll just start with House Bill 42.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. So the motion is to pass item 8.4, where the resolution is opposing Ohio House Bill 42.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, passed, Member Harrison. Any discussion? Hearing none, seeing none. The question is, shall the resolution pass opposing Ohio House Bill 42? The treasurer will call the roll.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Jaros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Chair Jaros.
And the second House bill is House Bill 671. So for some information, the purpose of the bill is a direct response to a lawsuit by districts arguing that voucher programs drain necessary funds from public schools, a claim bolstered by a 2025 ruling that found the Ed Choice program unconstitutional. This bill would have districts who sued the state over vouchers or funding formulas would have their state funding placed in escrow. And so when they lose in a court, they want to punish the school districts who were involved in being involved in the lawsuit. We did have a resolution read aloud and complete at our Legal and Contracts Committee meeting, and it was a unanimous 3-0 vote to support these resolutions here at the board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Jaros. So the motion is that the resolution opposing Ohio House Bill 671. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Montgomery, second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. The treasurer will call the roll.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Jaros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Does that complete your report?
It does not, no.
Okay.
A few other things discussed. We are still working on the 12-month contract renewal and expiration report so that we are ahead on upcoming contracts that renew or require board action. In addition, we did discuss director contracts that are requiring a decision by March 1st. The contract and relevant details were mentioned about being provided by February 20th or Friday. We still have not received them yet, but we anticipate trying to make sure we have that information to make the right decision moving forward. We also discussed 2 IT contracts with IT Director Mr. Ruyan, and the committee voted unanimously 3-0 to support these contracts to the board tonight. We also received an update on the van driver contract update, and basically the outcome from that was the administration will seek to ensure there is an understanding by the board regarding staying put and what the ramifications are, or making a conscientious decision to move forward and renew the contracts by our March 9th regular meeting. The next Legal and Contracts Committee meeting will be March 18th, 2026, 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. in the Dr. Reverend Curtis T. Walker boardroom.
Thank you. Instructional Policies and Student Achievement Committee. Chair Molinar.
Thank you, Madam President. Instructional policy has not met since our last board meeting, but our next meeting will be next Monday, March 2nd at 4:30 here in the Reverend Dr. Curtis T. Walker boardroom. But our agenda is already up in board docs, so anybody that wants to join us and wants to come prepared or wants to know whether or not you can skip this one, I guess. The agenda is up either way, and I'll give a quick rundown now also of some of the exciting things we're going to talk about next Monday. There is a continuation on student discipline conversation that's been brought up. Also, we're going to hear an update about summer school and the programs we'll have and how to sign up for summer school. I know that a lot of summer school, other schools had snow days today, but summer programs are filling up. So we also will hear, I don't know if it'll be Dr. Lash or Dr. Chapman, talking about our rescinded, adding in our DEI policies. And also, as we just passed the resolution to oppose House Bill 42, we did our one part, but it's still in there, and so we'll have some resources that we might be able to communicate to our representatives in the State House there also. So come see us next Monday.
Thank you, Chair Muller. Finance and Capital Management Committee, Chair Montgomery.
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance and Capital Management Committee met on February the 18th at 6:30. We received a financial update from the treasurer for January, which we just reviewed with the full board. We also received an update on capital management and construction projects. The Bookdale Stadium renovation project, the current stand and press box was demolished on February the 16th, so that continues to move forward. As for Pfeiffer and Miller South, we will have a groundbreaking on March the 19th at 11 o'clock. We have, in miscellaneous finance updates, the treasurer informed us that the performance audit is about to be underway, and that kickoff meeting with the auditor of state is this Wednesday for the board members that can attend that. The last thing that was on for construction updates was the North High School construction project, and it is the recommendation of the Finance and Capital Management Committee to present to the full board here tonight that we select option 3B for North High School as the layout, and for board members, that is the layout that has the football stadium running north and south, so we're not kicking into the sun, and it also realigns the parking lot to where it will be closer to the front door and not in the front quarters. So with that, Madam Chair, I would make a motion to accept option 3B as the North High School layout.
Thank you, Chair Montgomery. Is there a second?
Second.
The second by Chair DeRose. Is there any questions? Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a quick question. I'm looking on the exhibit that you provided where the existing building remains. So while the construction is underway to build the new school, the students will be in the same building while the new building is being built?
Correct. So option 3B is keeping the 1970s building. That's the black current version. They will build the new construction, and Director Falk, you can correct me if I misspeak here, but we'll build the new construction in yellow, and then once that is done, they'll shift, and then they'll start tearing down the old building that isn't staying. Is that right, Director Falk? Yeah.
Member Hall.
And just to follow up, what
Yes.
will go in that place once the old building is torn down? Will that then be additional parking? Will it be something that the students can utilize? I see like that's the pre-K entrance, so there'll be a playground, which is awesome for the kiddos, but what's going to be in that empty space? Because the building is already huge. So if we're tearing that down, it seems like we're pushing the building back a little bit more, or wait.
The building is,
Direct-
I'm so sorry, I
Are you
apologize.
finished asking your question?
So I just want to know what's going to go in that existing place, and is there something that we can utilize in the future? Because this is a growing district. So do we plan on building something in the future, or what do we plan on doing with that space?
Director Falk.
Thank you, President Sykes. Ms. Hall, the building is moving to the east of the property, so it's going towards the fire station, and that is where the current field is. It then circles around, and as you said, it has the playground in between the new build and the building which currently houses the gymnasium section that we are going to retain and renovate. In the current location where the building is, as Mr. Montgomery has stated earlier, that will be demolished and become the parking lot, and then the field will go north to south, closest west to Gorge. So while there are some spaces around this particular building that may allow us to have some spaces in between to grow in the future, the actual campus will house 1,100 students. That's what it's being built for. Grades 9 through 12.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Member Mullenhour.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to reiterate that it was stated during the committee that these diagrams will be posted on our district website, hopefully this week and a couple of days for community and partner review also. Garfield, who we'll hear about their exciting day today later, was built with their partners and pathways in mind, and that was one of the things we had for that building. So if we have community members and invested partners and pathways with any questions, that contact information will also be on this page on the website of who they
That
would
is correct.
need to contact. That's wonderful. And I have another question, or actually my first question.
Member Nolan, aye.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. If this building project advances, the next step would be, that is anticipated, would be the RFP for the CMAR?
We currently have an RFQ, which is a little different. It's a request for qualifications in which proposed vendors may submit. It is closing on March the 6th, which is the week from Friday. At that time, those vendors will then start the process to be vetted by the internal APS team, and also with our design and our owner's representative and legal counsel to then find how we would vet those through the process. We hope to certainly could shortlist somebody. It rarely happens, and then hopefully bring those forward eventually to the board so that we can rank the actual vendors and then begin contract negotiations in April.
Member Mulder?
Thank you. And so to confirm, the RFQ is currently open.
Yes.
Will close on the 6th. And could the board please receive the criteria for that evaluation before making a decision? Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Hall?
Just one more question. I see that we're getting a new athletic field, and I just want to know, does this also include a press box, bathroom, concession stand? I just don't, I know what we're going through with Bookto, and they've been active for many, many years with no running water and things like that. So this new athletic field, what will it have?
It actually is a practice field. It is replacing it. It will be multi-type. You can do soccer, football, lacrosse, marching band. It will not currently have an outside field house, and it does not currently have, to your question about outside restrooms, because we are building within the $85 million budget that came from the levy, and that currently is not part of the budget. It doesn't mean it couldn't be considered as we move forward, but the budget does not contain it at this time.
Just one follow-up, I'm done. So I'm just ask two quick questions and my one follow-up. One,
One at a time, Member Hall.
Just trying to hurry up. Where does one go to the restroom when they go to these games?
Actually, at North currently, because they have certainly used that field for many years. If they have requested the use of the field, they've gone one of two ways. They have gone into the building to use the restrooms near the cafeteria, and we have also had porta potties supplied, or porta johns, whichever you used. And as we obtained the variance for Buchtel, that was one of the things that if we had a large event, the new license for that also says we would do those options if we needed to.
Okay, thank you. No, that concludes it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Harris.
It's going to be quick. More of a statement than a question. I know we have a budget for North, but if we can look at maybe the infrastructure of that future thought of we can put running water out here. We don't run into what we run into at Buchtel where we can't do it. We have to do certain things. So if we can look at when we're building this school, look at, okay, at some point we want to we have a regulation field, we have all of these things in place. If we can look at the fact that we can put running water and a sewage system in there while we're building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director, did you have any?
That's part of the planning process that we will go forward as we move forward with the actual field development once we get into the design of the building as well. Yes.
Thank you. Member Hall remembered her final question.
Final question. I remembered it. They made me laugh, so I forgot about it.
All right.
But you stated practice field. So this is not going to be a competitive field. It's just a practice field.
It is replacing the
football.
current practice field, but in the structure, it will be a full field. It could hold middle school games, but it is not what I would say necessary full stadium as you have currently at Booktel and Ellett. We have not designed it yet, so this is what we're doing now. We will probably have some bleachers and stuff there, but it isn't the full stadium at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. There is a motion on the floor, believe it or not. The motion is to support option 3B of the construction for North High School. It has been properly seconded. If there's no additional questions or comments, the question is, shall the motion pass? The treasurer will call the roll.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Jaros?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. And I just acknowledge that the principal of North High is here. Good to see you.
The last thing is the next meeting will be March the 18th at 6:30. Thanks,
right.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair Montgomery. Item 23, approval of consent agenda. Is there a request to remove any additional items from the consent agenda? Is there a request to remove any item from the consent agenda?
But you can just correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking, during our discussion of the reduction, 22.3, which is the Verizon cell phone, not to exceed 21,000. I don't know if can I ask the question before we remove it, or?
Is it
how
on
should
the
I
consent
proceed?
agenda?
It's on the consent agenda.
Now, you can ask that it be removed from the consent agenda. We can put it on the new business, and we can ask the question.
Thank you for that. So I would like to request 22.3 be removed from the consent agenda,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other requests to remove any items from the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing no other additional requests, so the question is, shall the consent agenda be approved? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The treasurer will call the roll.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Jaros?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Under item 24, leave of absence, safety team member. Is there a motion to approve the leave of absence of a safety team member?
So moved.
The motion by Member Montgomery. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? The treasurer will call the roll.
Mr. Jaros?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Abstain.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0-1.
Thank you. Item 25 on the resolution, accepting in-kind non-cash donation from the LeBron James Family Foundation in the amount of $2,365,439.46. Is there a motion to accept the resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Member Hall, is there any discussion? No? Member Molinar.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to acknowledge and thank the LeBron James Family Foundation for their relationship with our district and their support. And our district is having tough times. All public districts are having tough times. You saw in the superintendent's report, $11 million of hard decisions and $2 million. I'm going to read the whole thing, $2,365,439.46 of thank you and gratitude for the LeBron James Family Foundation. Thank you.
Yes. Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, want to thank the LeBron James Family Foundation for this donation. You know, we're facing real tough times in public education today, and the dollar amount is one thing, but the family support that is offered. You know, we went through a rough spell maybe 2 or 3 years ago with Akron Public Schools and the name of the LeBron James Family Foundation, but certainly want to acknowledge all that they do for Akron Public Schools, all that they do for our students. And when we think about the children, we think about the learning that happens in our buildings. When we think about the relationships that are formed in our building, sometimes we forget about what the children go home to. And they go home to situations that may be difficult, that prevents them from learning when they get to the classroom. So we want to thank the LeBron James Family Foundation for not only supporting our children in the schools, but we want to thank the foundation for supporting our children out of the schools. We want to thank our principal. We know it's not always easy, but we thank you for the love and support that you show the children. And it certainly takes a village, and the LeBron James Family Foundation have been a great protector of the village. So I want to thank them.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Member Hall.
Sorry about that. I think I was starstruck because I was just sitting here just in amaze that this young man from Akron, born and raised here in Akron, is giving back. You know, we have so many people from Akron that have met that celebrity status that just proceed with life, and that's okay. But for this to be a young man raised through the struggles, have shown his ability to not only be an amazing basketball player, an amazing human, amazing parent, and an amazing community member is something to just be so proud to just call Akron home. And when I go places, they say, you know, where are you from? From Akron. It used to be, oh, is that where you guys have hay rolling down the street? I'm like, what? Now they're like, oh, LeBron James? I'm like, yeah. You know, I'm so proud of this young man and, you know, the LeBron James Family Foundation, their staff, how they want to educate our community. They could have their resource center just for their families, but they open it up to the community to get therapy, to get food, to get medical. Like, this is amazing. They're also opening a house to educate people on home ownership. You know, he doesn't want anyone in our community to fail. And if anyone can't support him, shame on you. Because this is for our community. This is what we call home, and we need to take care of it. So thank you, LeBron James. Thank you for the Family Foundation for just moving our community forward and pouring money into our community for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Giroux.
Is I'd like to echo the praise of our colleagues. So thank you so much for all the support you do for our students. We talk a lot about the whole child approach to education, where it's not just what happens in the classroom. It's about the supports all year round. And so when we look at some of the items that are being in-kinded, it's projects and maintenance, programming and student support, family support, staff support, the I Promise To, which is a GED program for the parents and the families, athletics, student support, student housing support, and all of these things are so essential for a well-rounded student. So we can't thank you all enough for the great support you have for the members in this community.
Thank you. So the question is, shall the resolution be accepted? In the in-kind resolution, non-cash donation from the LeBron James Family Foundation in the amount of $2,365,439.46. The treasurer shall take the roll.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Abstain.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Giroux?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0-1.
Thanks. Business Affairs item 26.1, Unit Solutions End User License Agreement Renewal from April 1st, 2026 to March 31st, 2031, not to exceed $51,575. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Montgomery. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Hall. Is there a discussion? Yes, Member Molinar.
Thank you, Madam President. So this item is a renewal. It was removed from the consent agenda so we could better understand how the AI component functions, because that is a new piece of this, and we want to be good stewards, and particularly around the potential bias and transparency in how vendors are surfaced with an AI tool. And so I just want to say I appreciate our administration's clarification that the tool does not select vendors. It simply sorts options, with staff retaining full responsibility for purchasing decisions, because that distinction is important. And they also said there are reporting capabilities available. So as we update our procurement policies and reintroduce elements of our DEI work, we can continue attention to training and thoughtful implementation of use of AI and access. So thank you, and that is my discussion.
Okay, thank you. Is there any additional questions or discussion? All right, the question is, shall item 26.1 pass? All members prepared to vote. The treasurer will call her up.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Giros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Item 26.2, Frontline Technology Group, LLC, doing business as Frontline Education Site License Renewal, Hayes Access Tracking Program, a contract from March 29th through March 29th, 2026 to March 29th, 2027, not to exceed $89,403,077. This is the question is there a motion? Pastor Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in this particular item, we do have a policy that is coming through the policy committee with capital asset management and I see that this is a renewal of this contract. And speaking with the committee, I think that this particular item would be better served going through committee. I've talked with the committee members, and we're in agreement that we would like to see this go through committee so that we can be sure that this aligns with the new policy that we are establishing to enter into a contract for a year while we're trying to make sure that we can account for equipment. I think we would be better served sending this through committee. So I would ask that this would go through the policy committee.
Okay, so the motion is to refer to policy committee. Is there a second? Second by Member Hall. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none. So the question is, shall item 26.2 be referred to the policy committee? The treasurer will call the roll.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Giros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Item 26.3, Greater Akron Chambers in cooperation and agreement between the Akron Public School System in support of the Greater Akron Chambers Academy of Innovation and Industry at Garfield CLC as part of the College and Career Academic Program, beginning February 23rd, 2026 through February 22nd, 2029. In-kind donations from the Greater Akron Chambers of Commerce, $50,000 each year, a minimum of $50,000 each year. Is there a motion to accept?
So moved.
First by Member Halls, second by Member Montgomery. Is there any discussion? Pastor Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would really like to discuss this item, but I'm mindful. I have been told, and sometimes I can look and see the disappointment in people when I stand up to talk about Garfield. And I'm going to just say, don't hate, just elevate. We had the program this morning at Garfield where we had the Greater Akron Chamber. We had Representative Annie McFadden from United Way, our superintendent, Mary Outley. We had board members there, and it was just
Students.
Students. Oh, we had. I ain't forgot them. I'm getting to them. But we had a collection of business owners, operators at Garfield today. So with this partnership with the Greater Akron Chamber and Garfield High School, I think benefits the Akron Public Schools tremendously. I know we put a dollar amount on the resolution, but the dollar amount, you can't put a price on experience. You can't put a price on the internship. You can't put a price on the relationships and how this will impact our students. I had a chance to talk with one of the business owners today, and after touring Garfield, he agreed with me about the air. It was just exceptional. But after touring Garfield, he said, this is the partnership that we've been looking for. He said, we have a partnership with an adjoining school district, and some of those interns are making $30 an hour. He said, we don't want to just teach kids how to push buttons on the machine, but we want to show them how the machine operates. So I think this partnership with the Greater Akron Chamber, our business community, the community that supports our children, is going to be a wonderful partnership, and I'm just happy that it's at Garfield. I want to thank the students that showed up, the student ambassadors. For those who missed it, we had the culinary team that had an exceptional breakfast, brunch, and I think Garfield really is the model school that we want to achieve. Our students are great, our staff are great.
Okay.
It's just great. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Member Hall.
I'll make sure not to go over 3 minutes. No, no. I just want to say this is an amazing opportunity for Greater Akron Chambers to partner with our schools. You know, we're here in Akron, so it's important that Akron businesses support our Akron schools. That brings more residents into Akron to grow our community. And I will definitely, be a congratulator for Garfield. My father's a graduate of Garfield, quarterback, as he tells everyone, and I'm a product of him. So it came from Garfield. So I just would like to just say congratulations to the students at Garfield and thank Greater Akron Chamber for this big deal. Thank you.
All right, hearing no additional comments, the question is, shall item 26.3 pass? The treasurer will call the roll.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Jaros?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Item 26.4, multiple vendors service contract, snow plowing. Snow plowing from November 4th, 2025 to April 30th, 2026 to increase the amount from $60,000 to an additional $90,000, not to exceed $150,000. Is there a motion to accept item 26.4?
So moved.
Motion by Member Montgomery. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Hall. Any discussion? Member Hall.
So I'm looking at this with an increase of $90,000 for snowplow and landscape and everything else. What's the difference from what we've been doing to what we're going to be getting with the $90,000 increase?
The snow that we just had? It's the snow plow.
We probably had that years ago, you know?
Not like we just had, but the director will answer the question.
Thank you. Actually, last year, we spent $82,000 on snow removal. We tried to be conservative this year, knowing what the budget was and the pre-fall forecast, and old man winter got the best of us. So we, at this time, had obviously a very bad week of 12 inches of snow to remove, and we still have some of the season to go through. So we need to have this increase to pay and service those 46 places we do this at. And we would like to move forward so that we can pay the invoices we currently have. Thank you.
Member Hall.
You automatically knew how to follow up. Just really quick. So all of these companies are the snowplow companies that we voted for last year?
That is correct.
Okay, because they say like lawn care, so I just wanted to make sure it's not like the
No,
summertime.
this is just snow plows.
Snow plowing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just to note, there's 2 from Akron.
There is.
I know that was a concern for Member Hall last year. It's 2 from Akron.
Thank you.
Okay, so the question is, unless there's additional comments or questions?
Just the one question I had is, in the future, do we plan to, again, over budget for these items? Because I know it's easy to want to make the budget smaller to make sure the numbers work, but then if they keep coming back with, well, we didn't expect this, now we need more money, is this going to be, are we going to expect $150,000 in next year's budget to make sure that we plan accordingly to what could be expected?
Only God knows. Director, you can answer.
We will certainly start planning our budget accordingly, Member Jaros, and taking into consideration that we do not want this to happen again. We will plan accordingly to hopefully have a better estimate going forward. We also plan to put out the RFP in a timely fashion so that we also don't come back in November. We hope to have it hopefully at the end of September, early October, when we can actually get seasonal costs correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Did you? Oh, you had a comment, Treasurer? Okay. All right. We'd like to hear from you whenever we can, Mr. Treasurer. Okay. The question is, item 26.4, multiple vendor service contract for snow plowing, pass. The Treasurer will call the roll.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Jaros?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Seeing no unfinished business, we will go to new business. Under new business, the item moved from the consent agenda 22.3. Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. I just had questions regarding the Verizon bill. It looks like it's cell phones, not to exceed $21,000. I just want to just ask, have we done our due diligence to make sure that who has cell phones, it's for, they're using it, not just random cell phones in the district that we're paying a bill for? And are we able to cut back on some of these phones if they're not being utilized?
Good evening, honorable board members. To answer your question, yes, only specific staff receive a cell phone provided by Akron Public Schools. I can provide the board with a comprehensive list. Unfortunately, I do not have that at this time. But we were excited to note that the new contract provided to the state of Ohio does reduce that cost by about $6,000 per year. So we're anticipating the annual cost to drop from $21,000 down to $15,000 per year.
Member Hall.
So then are we still voting not to exceed $21,000? Are we keeping a cushion since you just received the $15,000? And I see that it's in there too. So are we voting on just $15,000 or are we going to be voting on not to exceed $21,000?
That's a good question. As the new contract runs from February 24, tomorrow, through June 30th of 2027, so it is longer than a fiscal year. or a calendar year.
Member Hall, while they're coming.
I think it would just be like a quick, simple yes or no, if we need to just keep it at 21, or do we take it down?
It's yes at this time,
Okay.
in order to cover the extended time period.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any additional questions? So the question is, shall 22.3, the Verizon wireless contract from February 24th, 2026 to June 30th, 2027, not to exceed 21,000, shall that pass? Did I get a motion?
So moved.
Is it second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Member Hall and a second from Member Harrison. Are we all ready to vote? If so, then the treasurer will call the roll.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Jaros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Under new business, is there any new item that any of the board members would like to bring to the board's attention? Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to report out from a advocacy day that Member Montgomery, Member Kelly, and myself attended at the State House in Columbus on February 11th. The event was hosted by the Greater Akron Chamber and the Chamber of Stark County. They have formed a union, the Akron-Canton Advocacy Alliance, and in that particular session, that meeting at the State House, we had an opportunity to talk to some of the legislators. We also had a chance to hear from the Speaker from the Senate, and we covered a couple of topics that were very important to public education. A lot of the comments were centered around taxes, property taxes in the state of Ohio. And I think there's a reality that we have to face as public school districts, that changes are coming, and we have to be able to move with those changes. We also heard from the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, and what was shared about public education was K through 12 schools. Currently, the prevailing thought is that we have too many school districts, we have too many school administrators, and we have too many school buildings. And one of the thought process was that some of the stronger school districts needed to absorb some of the not so financially strong school district. And so there had to be a way of consolidating school districts. There has to be a way of consolidating buildings, and we need to reduce administrators in some of these buildings. I think that this is where we are in public education, and it's going to take everyone to advocate for public education. What I heard was we're going to take money out of public education and force you to do something different. And of course, that is vouchers, but there's also other things. Our funding is being reduced. So from that advocacy day, I would encourage all of our parents, all of our community leaders to become active and lobby these legislators, and also make sure that we know we all have politicians coming to us for one reason or another, and whether it's a vote, whether it's money, but we need to make sure that we know that there is a commitment from everyone who desires public office that they will support public education. And again, rings in my head. We have too many school districts, 611 school districts in Ohio. We have too many buildings, and we have too many administrators. And so I think as we move forward, we need to keep that in the forefront of our minds, because that thought process is the prevailing. They have the numbers right now, those who think in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Any additional comments? Go ahead.
It's on something different.
Okay, I would just say that when we heard our superintendent talk about the cuts, the $11 million cuts that she is struggling, and you can hear it in her voice how painful it is. It's painful for all of us. And the reason why we have to make these cuts is because we are not receiving the fair funding monies that we agreed, sit down, discussed it over years, and came up with the fair funding formula that we would receive. And then we received it for 1 year. And then after that, the governor submitted his budget with 2022 numbers, I believe, as opposed to 2026. And so we are finding ourselves having to cut because we are not receiving the monies that it was agreed upon that we should receive. And why was it agreed upon that we should receive it? Because the Constitution says it. Because the state of Ohio says that public schools are to be adequately funded. And that's where we come up with fair funding. And because we are not being adequately funded, then that's why some schools are suing the state of Ohio because we're not receiving those fair funding numbers. And we passed this legislation, this resolution, because now we have a legislator that says, now we're going to withhold your money because you are using your constitutional rights. We have three levels of government. And when we feel that there is something that should be answered, then we have the right to go to the courts. That's our constitutional right also. And to have the legislative body, which I absolutely respect, would have the nerve to say, now we're going to withhold your money because you are using your constitutional rights to ask a question of one of our branches of government called the judicial branch, just to settle this for us, to answer this question, and now the nerve of them to say, we're going to withhold your funds because you have the nerve to ask the question. So when you see our superintendent sit here and struggle with this, it is because it is unconstitutional that we are not receiving the money that we're supposed to. And we need to fight for our children. When we fight, we win. If we don't fight, we lose. So I am down 100% for public schools, and we shall continue to fight, or at least I will anyway. That's my...
Amen. Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to announce the National Association of Black Student Educators will be hosting a parent summit on Thursday, April 30th. And thank you, Superintendent Otley, for hearing me and also believing that this is important for our students. So we have the opportunity to allow 45 students to take advantage of the opportunity to attend the Parent Summit in Columbus. We did find a bus with grant funding. So APS will be transporting 45 parents down to Columbus to take advantage of the summit. It is a free summit, so it's not costing the district anything to educate our parents. The event is from 8 to 4, so we'll get the parents down there and we'll get the parents back. So again, thank you so much. I think Mrs. Stancy Sykes will be working with the family liaisons and also PTA. But if there's parents that are listening that would be interested in this, I would ask you to reach out to your family liaison and get signed up to this. We want to fill up our seats. There's other districts that come, they come. I've sat in on a couple of sessions and I'm like, wow. And for the past 2 years, I'm like, why don't we have our parents? So this year I spoke up and said, we need to do this. We need to make this happen. So again, thank you, Superintendent Otley. We do need some donations for food. I know it's going to be early in the morning for transportation. So I'm transporting these parents down. So just looking for some continental breakfast, muffins, things like that. Thank you. Please get with me if you're interested in donating some type of perishable item so that the parents going down there won't be hungry. And then one last thing, I just want to keep Jackie Silas Butler in our prayers. She had to bury her son today. If you all know Jackie, she loves our children. She works tirelessly to make sure our kids have scholarships to go to school. And, you know, I just want to keep her in our hearts, and please just keep her in your hearts too, because nobody wants to have to go through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hall. Vice President Molinar, is there a need for an executive session?
Yes, Madam President, there is a need for executive session. I motion to recess into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, or the investigation or charges or complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual. 121.22G6 details relative to the security arrangements and emergency response protocols for a public body or public office. If disclosure of the matters discussed could reasonably be expected to jeopardize the security of the public body or public office.
Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
So moved by Member Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Giroux. The treasurer will take the roll.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Giroux?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
We are in executive session at 7:22. We will return in an hour if it appears that we are going beyond an hour.
The Akron Public Schools Board of Education remains in executive session. We shall return at 9 p.m. Action will be taken when we return. The Akron Public Schools Board of Education will remain in executive session for 30 minutes and return at 9:30. Thank you for standing by. The Board of Education remains in executive session. A resolution is being prepared, and we will be back as soon as it is ready. Thank you.
Are we back? We are back in session from executive session. There is action to be taken. So is there a motion to approve the IT cybersecurity agreement number 1 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second? Hearing the motion and a second, the treasurer shall call the roll.
Mr. Giros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the IT cybersecurity agreement number 2 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Hearing a motion a motion and a second, the treasurer will call the roll.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Giros.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the resolution appointing a referee to conduct the hearing request under Ohio Revised Code 3319.16 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Hearing the motion and a second, during the discussion, not, the treasurer will call the roll.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Giros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you, Treasurer. At this time, the board has considered the appeal submitted by an employee under Board Policy 4362. The board has reviewed the superintendent's decision and the materials presented under the policy. Is there a motion under Policy 4362 to reject the superintendent's decision as presented?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we reject the decision as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a discussion? Hearing no discussion, I will read the resolution into the record. Whereas the Board of Education of the Akron Public School District Board maintain Board Policy 4362, anti-harassment, which established procedure for filing, investigating, and appealing complaints involving alleged harassment. And whereas an employee submitted a complaint pursuant to Policy 4362, which was reviewed and investigated consistent with the procedures set forth therein, and whereas upon completion of the investigation, the superintendent issued a written decision in accordance with Policy 4362, and whereas the employee subsequently submitted a timely appeal to the board as permitted under Policy 4362. And whereas the board has reviewed the permitted the records, some consistence of the complaint, the investigative summary, and the superintendent's decision, and has considered the matter within the scope of its authority under Policy 4362. And whereas the board finds that the superintendent's decision is not supported by the record and is inconsistent with the requirements and standards set forth in Policy 4362. Whereas the board further finds that the allegations brought by the employee meet the definition of sexual harassment as outlined in Policy 4362. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of the Akron Public School District, Summit County, Ohio, that 1, the board hereby rejects the superintendent February 3rd, 2026 decision issued under Policy 4362. 2, the board hereby directs that this matter be returned to the superintendent to evaluate the matter consistent with disciplinary actions up to and including termination. 3, this action constitutes the board's final decision The final determination regarding the appeal submitted under policy 4362, and 4, that the treasurer is directed to provide written notice of this resolution to the employees in accordance with the policy 4362, adopted this 23rd day of February 2026. The treasurer will call the roll.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Jaros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. The next meeting will be Monday, March 9th, 2026. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second, the treasurer will call, any discussion? The treasurer will call the roll.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Jaros,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
We are adjourned at 9:59 p.m.